60 now. I want to thank everybody who participated earlier in the City Skylines episode, Dragon Mayor. So now we're going back into space. Now we're loading up our Twitch campaign. Okay, so let's see where we left off last night. Taking pressure readings in flight below so many meters on Eve. Now our probe that we sent there might be able to do that. I don't like viewing them. Let's go take a look in here. Atmospheric surveys of Eve. Duna. Bury someone to Minmus. Explore Minmus. Bury tourists to the sun. Brave tourists. Satellite in orbit of Duna. Got one on the way for that. Rescue mission. Science data from the surface of Eve. We've got a probe en route for that. Probe may be able to do that one also. Not sure though. Have to wait and see how it performs on Eve. Build a new orbital station around Uck, Minmus, Moon. How many orbitals do each of these require? 18. Wow. 9 and 6. So these two we can do without any modifications to our current craft. The one for the Moon, we have to modify it seriously. Seismic surveys of Minmus, that could be ridiculously easy. And more ferry missions. 2 men, I think we have left on this one. Is landing on Minmus with the Warm Kerbal. So the two of them want to go together. And positioning a satellite in a specific orbit of the Moon is also ridiculously easy. Although we need to update our satellites pretty badly, they're really out of date at this point. We got new engines that are much more efficient to drive them, act as payload deliveries. But we haven't really boosted their comms yet, so I don't think I'm going to wait for that. We need to check for tech on our satellite, on our stations again. Because they've been busy for a few days without being checked. So we'll just go down the list here. Let's remove all the relays and all the non-station entities. 18 of those. 17 flags. There we go. Kerbalcom is a communications satellite. Not even sure it has a data link. Nope. Way out of range of everything right now. The White's labeling it as a vessel. I'm not sure we're going to fix that. That needs to be a relay. It's a communications relay. When it's in range of Kerbnet, it serves to help bounce the communications. But what's happening, I think, is Kerbal, the sun, is currently obstructing it. Which means we need another one, kind of behind its current position. We might have to fire a satellite, a big communication satellite, backwards out of the system. That thing needs replaced eventually. It doesn't even have an actual communications marker on it. All it's got is a probe core that happens to have some communications capability. Right now, that's all we've got, though. Deep inner system. I'm going to go back to the tracking station, Space Center. Saturday is going to be fun. I want to start off with Kerbals, probably switch over to Cities some later in the night, then possibly over to some other games, maybe Road Tycoon, I'm thinking. Alright, Space Station. Why it's taking so long to load it, I have no idea. Who's that way up? Guessing that. Alright, we got a gravity scan add in here. Red telescope scan. Magnetosphere scan. Got more data to process. Well, that's some science. Not a lot, but I'll take it. Got enough electrical charge to deliver that little amount, so transmitting it. These guys could one day return home on this craft, but at the rate things are going, that's going to be an extremely long time. Reason being, they keep getting more and more data to crank. And that's done. Kerbnet is going. All right, move one. Check on it. All right, here, apartment lab. Let's see how much fuel's been filled up now. Progress, very slowly, very surely, but it is making progress. Got a full stack of ore. Is it still processing the ore? Slowly but surely, it is processing. Oh, that makes materials kit. They have ridiculous amounts of data, and they barely touched their current supply. Running off megajoules right now. Where's the collect data button? Oh my god. That's a huge amount. So how much do I have left on? Okay, I don't have enough room to put more. Can't risk telling to add it. There's got to be a way for us to make that more effective. Let's try to do some surgery on it. Get it to cool a little better than what I've been doing. The radiator. Grills don't appear to need it. They're operating without overheating. We'll grab it and use it. Welcome aboard, everyone. By everyone, I mean the Artem. Working on our moon base here. Having some problems with the reactor not cooling properly. We'll equip our drill here. Our drill vanished. He's supposed to have a drill. Where's your drill, buddy? Right, we need to go check the inventory of the base plane because drill. Sure. Alright, let's check the inventories right quick and see where that drill might be. Bob and Bleed don't have them. Bill doesn't. Ah, Valentina has it. Fix that. Alright, he'll have his drill now. Well, not drill, but a wrench. Yeah, good enough. We'll do the job. The important bit. Get on his face. Doesn't. Go ahead. Welcome aboard, crazy old gamer. Alright, so we've got our wrench out, see? Tool in his hand. Grab this, catch it, drop it right here for the moment. Alright. Here. Your RCS. I'll help him move a little. And up here. He has a very limited reach. Basically move the part from one side of him to the other. How you doing? Doing some work on the space station here. Got a problem with this reactor not cooling properly, and it's slowing down its rate of processing ore, so we're trying to fix that. Extra docking port can go in here. we're going to attach that here. Alright, now if any luck, just put his wrench away. If any luck, that'll give us enough cooling to kind of speed up. Oh, solar panel above his head. Oops. Just barely got enough. The RCS can keep him flying while he moves up. The extra weight of this one little docking port is keeping him from being able to make it all the way back up to the... I don't know if it's going to have enough force. Got him at a hover. I wonder. Do this. We'll give it to Bob for now. There we go. Now I can fly. AAS takes into account everything in your Kerbals inventory. So if you're overweight, you're not going to go anywhere no matter how much thrust you use. Alright, so he is reboarded now. Check see if that refinery is working any better. There we go. Temperature's dropping, efficiency's rising. That's what we want to see. Not a massive improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. I'll stop the monopropellant processing for now. Focus on liquid fuel and oxidizer. I have a camera, just no green screen yet. And everything that I add to this i5 processor makes this move a little bit worse. However, great news, I just closed on the house, and on the 17th of July, 7/17/17, a palindrome, I'm going to be moved into it, and I'll have a room specifically dedicated to streaming, at which point I will start using my camera. Right now I'm kind of in a messy apartment that I'm kind of embarrassed to let anybody see. Okay, so we just greatly picked up our fuel and oxidizer production rates. Those should fill up much faster with the addition of that extra radiator. I don't think there are any more radiators I can move. I think that was the last one. Unless there's some on the ship that I forgot about. Still looking around real quick, just see if we can find any others. because every radiator we can snap onto that reactor will greatly accelerate the speed at which it's processing the ore. It looks like it's it for now. Make sure both our reactors are on. Alright, we're done here. I think. Let me check see if we got any science left. Nope, we already broadcasted. Yeah, you'll have my face very soon. Like this coming Monday. I might even go try to do it on Sunday. Or Saturday when I do the giant 24-hour stream to celebrate getting affiliate today. Oh, my logo vanished. I need to fix that. There we go. Got my logo back. I've got a new emoticon too. Look. Oop, wrong one. Where in the world are my stream emotes? Oh, I have it on here somewhere. Oh, it's still pending. They haven't approved it yet. That's why it's taking a while. That's why we can't use it yet. They're still working on approving it. I'm literally, like, I got the notification today at 3 p.m. and I just came in here and started setting everything up. Why'd you quit? Not too crazy. Let's see, who do we have missions to recover still? Because everything else that somebody scrapped can be replaced. Destroyed. I think it's just Father Nanners and NJZ Brain. That surveys Aduna, E, tracked. Where's the rescue mission? Rescue Harden, so Harden's still good. I think I already got John Gee out of orbit. Yep, we have John Gee already. We can get rid of that one. Alright, so on to the Minimus Polar Lab. Waiting 5 years for Aduna approach. Wow. We've got Aduna delivery coming in 77 days. That ComSat 2 is on a rendezvous approach to Aduna right now. This is our Minmus lab. These are all old relics. We put these up like near the start of the campaign. They've just been doing their job this whole time. And we're just basically keeping them till they run out of tech to process. By the way, we have like 5 stars because I've got Interstellar Adventure added, and it adds 4 other star systems for us to explore eventually. So you'll see a lot more planets on this campaign in the long run, other than simply the base Kerbal system. Because we'll eventually have warp drive. Eventually. Warp drive costs 10,000 tech. Like the sum of almost the entire tech tree added together. Alright, that's all. Wait, no, there's one more place I need to check. At the very least, we need to get them processing stuff. By the way, crazy old gamer, I have every single anomaly on Kerbin flagged. So if you ever want to see one of the anomalies, just let me know and I'll pick its flag out for you. Like I even had the old KSC flagged, so you could actually see what the old Kerbal Space Center looked like in the old game prior to beta release. Back when it was like almost 2D. There are 3 stars, 3 of them anyway. There's Kerbal, has the Eden Sun flare on it, and then there's the 4th Demon Star, I call it. Yeah, I've played it since it's come out pretty much too. Like when it was just a flat game. I love this game. We need to go back to Minmus because I needed to check to see if they had any additional tech to toss into processing. Because I know I've been sending a bunch of it around. I don't know what it is with the game tonight though. It's a little bit more sluggish than it usually is. Usually has a little bit more pep. It's just a great game. I mean, you don't really ever get weary of exploring space and going places that you've never been before. And you can mod it infinitely. I mean, you can just throw on, like if you get bored of the current system, throw on an overhaul and go with something absolutely new. Alright, so what I forgot to do here was collect the data that it's got. Throw it into the labs that have the data value. That'll help it get back on its feet again. Yeah, we got it back up to almost 700. I would recommend Galileo's Planet Pack. It's pretty awesome. There's a The person, one of the people who contributed creating it, frequents Twitch. They see you playing it, they might even drop in your stream. I'll get you a link for it right quick. I got a link for it. About to paste it. That is a complete solar system overhaul. So if you want new worlds to explore, there's a good start. And if you want even more worlds to explore, toss on Interstellar Extended, which adds a ridiculous number of planets and extra systems. Alright, so the next thing we need to check on is the Kerbal Observatory. By the way, I don't know if you knew this or not, but the name of the star in the Kerbin system is Kerbal, K-E-R-B-O-L. It's a hybridization of Kerbin and Sol, the name of our star, the Sun. Yeah, my trip to Eve is going to take a couple of trips around the Sun. It's got 152 days before it has to do another maneuver. This is one of our newer labs with the massive solar array. And apparently it doesn't have anything it can actually process in here, which is kind of sad. Now the fun thing about this particular lab, the longer they're out here, the more experience they get. So they eventually will be 5-star Kerbals. It's an advanced research lab, complete with a magnetometer that you can see sticking out of it here. Alright, so that one doesn't currently have any data to process. Which is kind of surprising. I'm going to rename this one to the Kerbin Science and Refueling Depot because it's got a multi-role purpose. It's both a space station that processes science and data and collects it, as well as a station that refuels any craft that needs it in orbit of Kerbin. Oh, when it loads. This thing's massive, that's why it's probably taking a few seconds to get on the screen. And I cannot emphasize enough the word massive. Hey, crazy, you want to see something crazy? Look at this. Look at the sheer volume of resources that are on this craft right now. It can refuel just about anything that docks with it. Wow, it's already refueled its liquid fuel and oxidizer too from the ore that it had on board. Still has ore left over. That is excellent. Yeah, it completely refueled itself too because it's taking this and it's converting it. It's got an onboard refinery right here that converts any ore that's in a container into liquid fuel and oxidizer or monopropellant. So I literally drained it coming up and then it refueled itself, but it's still low on. We can finish filling up the monopropellant. See, now it's filling up monopropellant at minus 0.05 a second while draining ore at 0.03. Alright, so let's check and see if this thing has any science to do. Yes, it does. Not a lot, but some. Let's start. And it has a little bit to broadcast home. You think that's crazy? You should have seen it with a launch vehicle. Matter of fact, we'll go back to the Space Center and I'll show you the launch vehicle. Alright, we still haven't picked up enough science to really grab anything that we need 300, so we're about 42 away from getting our next tech category. That's going to take a few days processing, which means we need to do some basic missions just to burn off time. But before I do that, let me show you this craft, because it'll blow your mind how big it is. It almost blew mine when I finished building it. This is the monstrosity. I mean, every bit of the word monstrosity. Six double-stacked Carbidine tanks with massive hybrid plasma engines connected to boosters. Capped off with a nose cone. That's the original launch system for it. Looks like the probe you're flying it in. I should really upload this thing at some point, but not now. I'll do that after a stream. All right, so basic mission. I think we've got a mission to put a satellite in place. We can do that. We've done our tech run for the evening. It came up relatively empty because not enough time had passed. I don't want AB again. I want the building that was behind it that my pointer was on. Sometimes this game is a little silly. And a little laggy. Time now. Come on, Kerbals. It's that massive ship. Having that thing loaded into the vehicle assembly building is eating up all of its ability to think. Trying to get my cat to sit in the chair next to me. All right, let's see. Satellite specific orbit of the moon. What does it require? Antenna can generate power. Resource survey scanner. And I know that one's going to be at a pretty high inclination of orbit too. All right, just waiting for it to load here. We actually are going to build a completely new satellite delivery system. Reasons being is that our old delivery system is defunct. It is out of date. So we're going to come up with something better for it. first thing we can do to improve this model is get rid of these and favor the new plasma engine. Alright, so it wants a satellite that can also do. So we're going to have to get rid of this engine too. I'm just going to copy these. Now the trick to this thing, that looks like it is that it needs something to stage it with. Because you can't connect that on the bottom of this engine. So, what I showed other people the other day, I'll show you now. There's a trick to this. You want to stage something that has no inline connector, there's a way around it. First off, one easy way around it, in this case, this satellite actually uses a docking port. So what we're going to do is we're simply going to turn it upside down. But it needs a little bit more work than that. We got the best communication system on here, but we definitely don't have the best solar cells anymore. We're going to get rid of these. We're going to replace them with the big solar cells. That. Put these in slightly around. We're going to need a different type of power. I mean to do that. So we're going to get rid of this. Put on a miniaturized supercapacitor. Now the supercapacitor can store megajoule energy. We'll redesignate this ComSat 3 because it's got significant design improvements. Do we actually have any monopropellant on board? No monopropellant. We're about to fix that. Now we've got monopropellant. Use a little bit more liquid fuel though. Now it's got plenty of range. And what we're going to do in order to make this able to lead this craft pretty smoothly, I'm going to add another docking port. Oh yeah, they're under coupling. Now this craft, this recovery craft here could, in theory, or delivery system could return home if it had a probe core. So what we're going to do is we're going to give it one, very small one. We're going to auto strut these upper sections to the heaviest part here. Rebuild the fairing on the bottom. Make it a little longer. And a little pointier. Alright. Now this thing will also need megajoule energy to be able to make it back home with that probe core. So we'll add this. And in order to actually recover it, we're going to need some chutes. Excellent. See that, Duna? I'm going to show you my combined satellite and probe system. It's pretty awesome. How I establish communications to the Duna when I'm collecting science for it too. Alright, let's get these panels on here. We also need to action group all the solar panels. We'll do them 2 by 2 here. Put them all on action group 10. Including the antennas. Drop this off so that we can make number 1 toggling the engine mode. Now we got some new science projects as well to take up with us, so we need to make sure this thing has all the science that the first Forerunner satellites did not have. just check this other bay, make sure we're not duplicating any science. Is what we need. It looks like I don't see any thermometers. I mean, I see they're on the bottom. Ah, here we are. There's a barometer, there's a thermometer. I don't think we have a magnetometer on here, and it asked me to put on a resource scanner. So let's look for that. That's weird. I don't see the actual part they call a resource scanner in here anywhere. Resource survey scanner on the satellite. I'm guessing this is what they're wanting. Well, that's going to make things interesting for this payload. There's only one way to do this without unbalancing the load, and that's to mirror it across. That means I want to build a much larger fairing. I don't know, maybe it'll clip through those. They can probably build this fairing around that scanner, and then these will just act as fins in the air. Alright, so we got our scanner. Go back to science. We still got more science to fit on this thing. Got enough delta B to go anywhere it ever wants. Just need Joule. Yeah, that's awesome. I've got like 28 satellites circling Kerbin right now. It's crazy. It looks like an atom. It's got so much stuff on it. I would put a sentinel on this thing, but there's no room for it, period. We got an altimetry satellite. Oh, that's going straight through the altimeter. Oh, that's what's mirroring on the other side. So we can actually mirror the weight to some degree, just not the drag. Well, let's see it. I don't know if that'll be a problem or not. We'll find out by trying it. Check, check. Don't need atmospheric analysis. Planetary oceans. I'd be able to use that on Kerbin here, but not any. I don't think we have a gravioli detector on here, so let's go ahead and fix that. Atmosphere study is probably best suited for a rover. We just have room right here to fit a magnetometer. Hopefully it won't tilt the mast too off. Can't really use a seismometer in orbit, so I think we're mostly done. Close these bays up before I forget. Everything that needs to be bound has been bound. Engines have been swapped out for more efficient models. What's the overall thrust of these? That is stage 4. That's plenty of thrust. All right, looking good across the board. Saving. Let's get to moon. We're about to find out how well that sensor is going to work with that fairing. If it explodes on the pad, we know the colliders don't work together well. Like it doesn't have a problem with it sticking out a little bit. That's good. But when it separates, that still is true. Mission check, making sure everything is properly sequenced. And good. You do have something slightly out of sequence here. Come after that. That should be okay. All right, let's see how bad we broke it. Ignition in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I could put a Curbadyne engine on the bottom now. Better off. Oh yeah, that probe core is inverted. Haha. That'll make this fun. I want to launch it backwards. I need to set a new route on the second stage's probe core. That'll fix the orientation. Wobbling a little bit, not sure why. Now, to go into a eastward orbit on a inverted probe, you have to aim 270 and pull up towards the horizon, which you're doing right. Just got to think backwards. Reverse the geometry in the math. We have clean road separation, and on the world, this thing over now. I'm thinking it's the aerodynamic drag induced by that fin causing our flipping. Once we get into high atmosphere, though, we should be stable again. We're going to go ahead and get rid of this fairing so I can select the navigation probe. There we are. Now we are properly oriented. Yep, there are. Very familiar with them. Alright, we are now properly realigned, so we're going to go ahead and fix our orbit. Due to the fact that fin may cause a lisp. I want to roll, so right. Alright, one of the things you got to watch for when forming an orbit is make sure the apoapsis doesn't collapse back towards you. You want it to keep going higher and further in front of you. As long as it's doing that, that means that you're not falling faster than you're rising. Right now, it's slowly ticking back towards me, but not fast enough to be a serious threat. And I think I should start picking enough thrust to weight ratio soon that it'll start moving away. Yeah, it's already starting to move. Alright, this stage is almost spent. Don't forget to add chutes to the second stage. I forgot to add chutes to make it recoverable. Bummer. I'll fix that when we get back to the lab. For right now, this will do for this mission. You're almost out of atmosphere. There goes the second stage. On with the third. Switching over to cryoplasma engines, or hybrid plasma. Oh, total thrust is low on that. Back to using full plasma, closed cycle. Orbit's coming up quick. Periapsis is starting to come out of the ground. Check our power status. Alright. Orbit very shortly. Color panels. Stations raised. Looking good. And we have orbit. Converting to hybrid plasma engines because we no longer need that much thrust. Okay, so we need a new target. Where shall we go? The moon. We will be warping to roughly right here. this configuration, it always has 4 panels facing the sun. Unless it's in darkness. Alright, we are on target for our burn. Here we go. And here we come. I wonder why there's a burn on it. Kind of surprising to me. I think it's because these were run on me. Another thing, as you know, to drastically increase our range. Unless somebody has somehow adjusted the plasma engines to only use liquid for Alright, we've got orbit, and where is the orbit of this one? So that means approach. So we're going to switch it over to it by just giving a little bit more gas. Perhaps this one 470. Get close to that. Alright, what we'll do is when we get there, we'll flip the orbit and close it. And that should put us exactly where we need to be. Adding a sphere of influence change alarm, and that's just how to do it. Alright, so we're now there. There's the one. our point of change. We will want to tilt about right here. To our 180. It's going to be anti-normal. No, wait, that's, I think it's going to be normal because we're west to east, or east to west instead of west to east. Equatorial orbit. Yep, there's the integrated. No, that's normal. That's what I thought. Correct. Normal and inverted, we just had to change sphere of influence. Yeah. Until it stabilizes. All right, let's invert. There's our problem. Liquid fuel only, internal engines. Wish I could jettison it. So yeah, minor design flaw with wife fixed back in the hangar that I did. We changed the engine, changed the fuel. We still might just have enough to do this. Still have non-propellant, so we can still do this even fuel. That looks almost exact. We'll know in a second though when I burn retrograde. Also need to remember to disable crossfeed on this. Brief. Mom on a prop, you can do it. I can't. Alright, so we blew that one. Because I did not notice the fuel tanks need to be changed out. Go fix it. Oh, everything on here was. There are no tanks remaining at the balance. The other thing I need to check. Oh yeah, shoot. Wanted to try to make this stage recoverable. Heck, I may bring it back and rendezvous it with the base station and use that as a standard radio connector tugboat. Space tug. That should do it. Didn't like how those vibrated when that separator goes so. That will hopefully be enough to get it from away from that explosive compression. Let's try that again. And it looks like the memory leak finally caught up to us. And down the drain we go. Restarting Kerbals. All right, it'll be just a few moments while we get things back up and running. And while we're waiting for that, I will just take a quick break to the bathroom. Be right back. And I'm back. Like we're still loading mods. Welcome aboard again, Sealar. I just made affiliate today. You can now cheer bits and stuff if you want to on this. We had a large number of mod updates today. It's been loading a little slow though. Not sure what's causing that. Come on, girl. Alrighty, here we go. Our first order of business is we have a mission to put a satellite in orbit of the moon, so we're going to be taking it up. We had just completed it just before the crash. The memory leak got us. So it should be the autosave ship since we just launched it. Our newest satellite, the ComSat 3. A lot of improvements to it, the equipment. It is formed up a little weird. One of the things I wanted to do is adjust our probe core for the second stage. It is not quite in alignment. Here we go. Now this one is heading towards the moon. All right, here we go. Ignition in 5, 4, 3. Wait. Abort. Gotta correct gotta correct what's controlling it. Because right now, being controlled by the inverted probe core on the payload. Need it controlled by that. And now we should be right up. There we go. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Now, initial launch speed isn't all that great, but as it burns fuel, it gets a little faster and faster. It will make orbit pretty easy. After it hits orbit, it'll go for a very long distance. We do those. Throttling back a little as we're now encountering atmospheric friction. Just a fuel conserving method, letting our solid rocket boosters do their job. Throttling up since we're encountering less atmospheric resistance. Boosters are gone. Gas in. Boosters are away, no problem. Getting a little bit of aerodynamic instability due to that fin on top. Nothing too serious. We'll be clear of atmosphere soon and that'll stop. First orange tank depleted. Initiating second. 33X AFF and Static Ecstasy. Thank you for dropping by. If you like what you're seeing, please feel free to subscribe, follow, or just drop a few bits, or just enjoy the show. Okay, we can start nosing over now. I'm going to start following the orbital path. Now that we know that we're going to hit orbital altitude, go ahead and nose over toward the horizon and begin building horizontal velocity, following around Kerbin. That is my co-pilot, Space Cat. There's Eclipse. Sometimes she feels like I'm not paying her enough attention, and she asks for my attention. Come on in here. Crazy cat, up in this chair. Oh, she. Currently using a Skipper engine. Probably need just something a little bit bigger. It is doing the job, it's just not doing it very quickly. Fortunately, the more fuel it burns, the faster it picks up TWR. Current payload, for those who just joined us, is a satellite destined for the moon. It was requesting a resource satellite with specific characteristics. Mission data is at the bottom of this list here. So the only thing we got to do now is reach the designated orbit, which is very cockeyed. I mean, very, very slanted. It's almost vertical. And it's also retrograde, getting more fun. Still building momentum. We're approaching apoapsis. Let's start nosing up just a little to keep the apoapsis ahead of us. Thrust weight continuing to increase as we continue to burn. A very efficient lift vehicle designed to do exactly what it needs to get into orbit for latter stages. Extremely high delta V count. This thing can go just about anywhere. This particular mission, we only need to make it still a very cheap launch platform. Alright, orange tank is expended, going on to the last stage here. We're going to switch over to open burn mode on the plasma engines. This should get us up to speed pretty quickly. It does consume a lot of power. Now that we're in orbit, we can extend the solar cells as well as the antennas. ComSat 3 will now be fully linked into CurveNet, and we'll start drawing on the power of Kerbal, the sun. Thrust away, continuing to increase as fuel burns away. Total thrust is currently 432 kilonewtons. The second stage of this craft is designed to return with some of its fuel remaining back to Kerbin to be recovered. Even though it can deliver a vessel all the way to the moon, it itself can come home and be recovered. Alright, we're coming close to orbital velocity. We're starting to see the periapsis coming out of the ground, so we'll go ahead and switch over to our hybrid engines, which are super efficient. And it's telling us we're close to making orbit. Bright purple plasma, gotta love it. Apoapsis is coming down, but periapsis is coming up quickly. We are circularizing. That power already, please. Saying the wrong thing. Hitting D. Well, that's good enough. Almost within 8,000. This is the only thing holding it together. It's the docking port. We can decouple at any time. Occurred to me, I don't think this bottom stage has a communications. That could be a problem to get home, but we'll see. I have to throw a basic antenna on that later. Alright, to get where we're wanting to go, which is the moon, we've got to be at a 45-degree angle from the moon when we accelerate through our orbit. Very close to it anyway. So we will start here. Which will give our electrical power as well as our megajoules time to refuel themselves. There's our 4 stars from the interstellar head-on. There's star systems that you can't see from this distance. But each of those 4 stars have their own planetary systems or around them. Cannot wait to get to tech to do that. It's so fun. Alright, so we need to angle around to the horizon here. Check our position again relative to the moon. It looks good. Again, burn. Alright, once we see the periapsis on the moon, we'll zoom in close to it because we need to know the exact position of a certain satellite. We need to know the altitude that our orbit needs to be at and rough angle that it needs to be. Space Cat, stop getting into trouble. Get up here on this chair. Come on. Come here, kitty. Lips is trying to be a troublemaker again. Our middle name is Trouble. Crazy cat. When I get the house on the 17th and I start streaming it with my webcam on, you guys will be able to see Eclipse for the first time. My kitty co-pilot. I'll slow this down a little because we're getting close to the point where the orbit starts running away from us. Alright, any moment we're going to start seeing an orbit. Here we are. So what we want is we want that periapsis on the other side because the orbit is retrograde around the moon. So if we want to bring ourselves in alignment with that orbit, we be coming in on that side of the moon. And then we can tilt ourselves downward, which will allow us to match that orbit. We want to get as close to that orbit's altitude on the initial insert as we can. All we have to do is tilt the orbit and decelerate. Minimizes your delta V consumption when you do it that way. We will fine tune with our maneuvering thrusters. That's about as close as we're going to get, even with the lunar propellant thrusters. Okay, so next thing to do is let's see if we can actually turn off the RCS. And we know that in order to get down relative to the plane of Kerbin, right now we need to burn anti-normal because we are on a west to east orbit, which is a normal Kerbin orbit. And whenever you're on a normal orbit, north is normal and south is anti-normal. However, when we get to moon, we will be on a west to east or east to west orbit, which is a reverse of the normal pattern. And when that happens, the poles flip. So anti-normal becomes 360 and normal becomes 180. So let's see if we can get this adjusted now so we can insert this perfectly. Now, it doesn't completely fix it, but this is going to definitely help us match the orbit that it wants us to have. Alright, we're now right almost parallel. What you want is a line. If you drew a line between the periapsis and the core of Kerbin, you want the orbit along that line, intersecting it. So right there. Next thing I want to do is this has ballooned our orbit just a little, so we will use RCS. Actually, not yet. We turn to antigrade first, or retrograde. We're locked to retrograde. We're just going to pull it back in. When we hit here, we'll have a little bit less to do. Alright, adding the alarm clock. Passing. There we come. Just kill the alarm. Oh, okay, that'll work. We're going to need a normal orbit when we get to the periapsis so that we can flip this the rest of the way. Alright, so we want to flip it right when the blue line crosses below. Close to it as we can get. Still burning hybrid plasma. Thousands of delta V left on. Not even telling us where our ascending node and descending node's at yet because we still haven't actually made the orbit. Hey, Freethinker 79. Are you the freethinker behind KSPIE? Well, I am honored to have you here, sir. I really do appreciate your work. I just made affiliate today. Screen quality and audio sounding good to you? Okay. How close we're going to get until we actually cross the orbit again. Break time till we get back to here. Burn again. Excellent. Video. Right now I'm placing a satellite. It's the third version of the communication satellites that we use. I'll get a picture of the ship for you here. Our apoapsis needs is 1,000,000 R57. Periapsis need. This is the monster. Here's the fun part. This is a delivery stage. It is intended to be able to return to Kerbin after placing the satellite. The satellite is left with a full load of fuel. That way, if we ever get any satellite adjustment missions, we can do as many as it wants. And we kind of got a mesh of different mods present on this particular craft. Those are not radiators, these are panels. Giant photovoltaic arrays. They're from Near Future, I think. Near Future Solar. Nerdia's work. They're beautiful. So we need to close this orbit up. And they work extremely well with these hybrid plasma engines, which I don't know if the hybrid plasma is from Near Future, if it's from Interstellar, or if it's from B9. That's the fun bit of having multiple parts mods installed. You never know where all the pieces come from, unless you have a very intricate working knowledge of the mods. One, two, we're close. Take your radial out here, and we should be able to drag that into position. Alright, we just need to do some fine tuning. The first thing we're going to do is go to the descending node here, and we're going to adjust normal because we're in an inverted orbit, or anti-normal. Whatever north is. Okay, wrong direction. Must have been looking at it wrong way. Now we've got the orbit exact. Nope, this is not a sandbox game, this is career. These plasma engines on their lowest settings are actually almost more sensitive and delicate than the actual Maneuvering thrusters. Alright, we got our periapsis dead on. Ah, overshot. Come back around. Let's do, okay, we're almost, yeah, that's exactly where we need to be. And almost exactly where we need to be on orientation as well. What made you think it was Sandbox, out of curiosity, Freethinker? Bingo. Alright, now that we got the satellite tugged into position, we want to detach its delivery vehicle. Decoupling it. Oh crap. Oh, do not do that. RCS off. Go back in position. And while we're here, before we send this home, we might as well gather the science that's present. And let's see what else we have on board here that I can grab. If there's anything left. Oh, ravioli. Sending it out to all the labs. Being a little bit laggy for some weird reason. And it stopped scanning. We'll have to open the bay so that we can continue the work. We got like 4 stars out there too with Interstellar Adventure added in here. Alright, all the stations have been relayed the gravity telemetry readings. We'll send a set home. Then we will keep a set. And magnetometer. Where's that baby at? On here, here it is. Into the second lab. Third lab. Fourth lab. Fifth lab to cross-reference all this data. Broadcast the last set home. And then finally keep the last set. And we have exhausted the science from this particular zone. Okay, back over to our delivery vehicle, which is ready for its return to Kerbin. Alright, first off, we need to figure out where we're at relative to Kerbin's orbit. Are going to need to wait till we are over here. Burn prograde. Uh-oh. I knew there would be a problem getting this thing home. The probe core's antenna strength is not significant enough to remain in contact with KerbNet without an actual antenna aboard. I'll have to wait to see if we can reconnect with the satellite. There we are. Alright. This is going to require a slightly different strategy. So if we can't really burn prograde, we're going to burn west. Somewhat prograde, but not quite. We're just going to wait till the apoapsis now and burn the rest of the retrograde. I just got a lot of tech unlocked. It almost seems too easy. Long-term plan is to set up an interstellar refueling highway by putting stations like that one I posted on the forum today. I'm going to put one each in orbit of Moon and Minmus. set up refueling mining bases on them to keep them, because they have processors on board. They can convert ore into liquid fuel and oxygen, and they have a carbonite-sized tank. So they can, a probe could continuously reload them with ore. They could process it, fill themselves up, and then whenever there's a need for it, if a craft needs to be refueled, it could come to it and then continue on its way out of the system. This may look a little crazy because it's almost a direct impact on Kerbin, but there is a strategy. No periapsis? No periapsis, okay. We will start braking at about 100,000 meters. Hey, space center's down there. That might be worth trying for. Change engine mode to high impulse. Burn west. Oh yeah, that's also part of the plan. I'm going to have specific stations for the beam powered arrays. These are just the initial refueling stations. I've already got a beam powered reactor sitting on the coastline waiting for upgrades because the initial one can only put out 1 megawatt of power right now. I'll go over to it. You can tell me if I'm doing something wrong with the design that maybe I could get some more out of it. But I do only have like the really early starting interstellar techs. Where did we have fuel left over from? Why did I that? Out of power? Is that the deal? Out of electrical. Oh. And we are also out of communication range. Okay, there we go. Fix that whole lack of power thing. Start converting megajoules. Go ahead and bring the panels in because we're about to start roasting. Go ahead and trigger the chutes because they're on atmospheric triggers. We'll counter burn to stop overheating. Whoa, unexpected tilt. Well, that's problematic. And we are ionized, out of control. Oh, the good news is it recovered. That was a crazy reentry. Hey, Doc Andy. Hey, Freethinker, is there anything in Interstellar Extended that allows you to retain control through ionization? I'm going to assume no. Because that seems like a thing that probably just happens because it happens and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, I think that's just a panel, solar panel melting off. Let's check right quick. Yeah, photovoltaic array burning up. So this thing just acted as a tugboat and took a satellite, left it in moon orbit with a full load of fuel, and returned. I really should have docked it with the space station if I'd thought about it and used it as a tug. Too late now, though. It's on the ground. Oh well, there'll be more satellite missions. I will put an antenna on this thing, though, to make sure it stays in contact with CurbNet. The only revision I'll make to it before saving, because it's almost perfect in what it's supposed to do. Gently. All right. By the way, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to follow or subscribe or whatever. Of course, if you just like what you're wanting, what you're seeing, and you just want to watch, then just do that too. Just a kind reminder. A lot of people forget. That even brought some science home. Oh, it caused a return from an orbit of the moon. We did pick up some data though. Let's see what we can grab now. Not too much left in the 300 range, although these Mark III parts will allow us to build a craft that can deliver satellites pretty easily from the cargo bay. And also build a recovery craft that can recover our really old satellites using a claw. Of course, this is also extremely useful. I'm torn between those two. These are kind of interesting. Advanced command modules. That one looks like it probably has a great view. We're going to go up these bays, and I really want them in order to be able to retrieve satellites that are out of date. Alright, so that was one of our missions complete. Let's see what we get now. Position a satellite in a charosynchronous network around Kerbin. You know, that'll be a good opportunity to start working on our power array. For those of you joining us, Freethinker is actually one of the designers of one of the mods we're using, so he's going to be giving me a few pointers on how to actually operate. Okay, Freethinker, here is our current power station. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Wrong button. Let's see if that'll restore it, because it's exactly the same time. Yep, went to go pilot and accidentally recovered. Wow, that's interesting graphics glitch there, KSP. Let's try that one again. Yeah, I figured that would be a great perch for it. It also has visibility of both the landing strip as well as the launch pad. Can I get it on the ground and not levitating or below ground, please? Or is that asking too much? Yeah, it looks like we got rid of it. Alright, I'll just have to redeploy it. But that's probably a good thing. You can tell me if I got something whack with the design. Yeah, I've seen people do that as well. I think Ozzy had one out in the. I don't know if you know Ozzy or not. He also was doing an interstellar campaign at one point. Good friend of mine, good streamer too. Ozzy in space. Okay, let's find the power plant here. This is the current power station model. There's our laser pivot and our microwave relay. Any suggestions here? We've got 2 fission reactors and a thermoelectric generator powering them. And I tend to leave these off because if you leave the automation on, they'll deploy while they're in motion. Something to separate the pairs? Okay. Let's just move this. It needs to be towards the center of mass anyway. And for balance sake, it's still pretty centered. Just to make sure nothing's too exposed there while it's rolling. Static radiators. They got a couple. They got some graphene radiators right here, and basically one set on each side. So it's already got a set of statics. These just expand to provide even more cooling if needed. Although, oh yeah, I'm not in park view. So there's the graphite skin radiators. They work really well. What do you recommend for an atmosphere? I haven't had them blown up yet, remarkably. They have a heat tolerance of 3,700 Kelvin. Anything but graphene, okay. Ooh. Titanium. I think we have titanium, except for these skin flat ones. A little bit big. These? Do I even need the extending radiators here? The giant wings? This always throws me off because it says total heat production 1.8 megawatts and it says it's only dissipating 2.32 kilowatts. Should I be concerned about that? Big convection. I don't think I have the big convection yet. Unless you just mean resize them. Oh, foldable titanium. These could work. Really look like when they're extended. How do they extend? Okay, yeah, they got plenty of ground clearance. Don't use those. What about the inline? What if I put the inline between this reactor and that radiator, or that thermoelectric? Something like that. Not even these side ones, just this one is all you need. So we can dump everything else? Okay. They have a 100 multiplier? Is that noted anywhere? Oops. I don't mean to grab the whole thing there. Did not mean to grab that other. And now I have a clone ship. Bye. Priestess of which one? Both of them? Oh, here it is up top. And that was the wrong thing. Even for the ablator engine? This thing? I think it's the only thing that'll power the ablative, isn't it? Yeah, I could end up making some that fly in space. I was trying to make a satellite using one of these earlier, but I just could not get it to get off it. Microwave won't, right? Microwave can't power the ablator. $5,625 megawatts. Holy cow. That's 5 gig. So what about these reactors? Do they need to be bigger? Because right now they're only generating kilowatts of power. Yeah, that's the biggest they get, actually. I was thinking of using it as a dual mode broadcaster. I have one active when it's needed, and then turn the other off. But we can do it that way, like that. Looks a little awkward though. I might have to move that forward some. Add to laser transmitter. So keep it. I don't think I have any with a higher aperture than this right now. I think this is the only tech I got. Or do you mean that? Let me resize this again. Alright, Care. Being annoying. Good lord, that thing gets huge. The big laser turret gun? So that isn't it? You mean this thing? So good config. Good to deploy. Looking good now. Big electric wheels. The landing gear. All I got are the Rove Max. I do not have the other landing gear unlocked yet. And the mediums are the only steerable version of the aircraft landing gear. Anyway, it works okay. I mean, it's easy to pilot it up to the to the shelf with this. There's no problem with that. Does the diode laser need to be any bigger, or is it good as it is? Also, it may not look, you may not realize it, but this is it's designed to lift up those landing gear and put down landing legs. Will it have more power requirements if it's bigger? Is there any point where if you're not able to get enough power that it just cuts off? So it transitions from a mobile platform to a static platform and back again. It can be relocated. Matter of fact, I could probably add pontoons to roll this out into the water. Any idea if the SRBs, when they're hollow, float? Or could add a couple of giant tanks that are empty. That would work too. The main generator? You mean this one? It may be a good idea just to leave it so that it works with the microwave. You mean this one? Like this. Okay. We ready to roll? Test this thing out. Yeah, this is always the interesting part. I was taking the other model up to over 50 meters per second without any problems. However, this thing has a higher center of mass. It might be slightly more wobbly. Oh wow, is it more wobbly? I'll be surprised if one of these medium landing gear do not break at some point. Oh, there's no lack of power. I think his turbofan could probably hit up to 100 plus kilonewtons easy. It's wobbling like crazy though. I think I could have withstood making the wheelbase even wider. There is one exact spot this thing is good at sitting at, so we're going to take it there. By lack of power, you're not talking about engine thrust, are you? You're talking about from the reactors themselves. Oh, I'm pretty sure I can get it there. It's driving well with these upscaled engines. Very, very well. Yeah, I have concern about that too. When I was using these reactors, they rarely got over 500 kilojoules. It made me, or 500 kilowatts, made me wonder if there was something weird going on that I hadn't set them up correctly, but you haven't told me to make any changes that I haven't already done in my reactor configuration, other than having this radiator in line. This is where it starts getting a little tricky. Rough road. And here's the little shelf I was talking about. Now the question is, will it slide down the hill from all of its weight? Do not like the way it's behaving. I won't have to go down and resettle it. We went a little bit too far over the lip here. Wait, no? Is it stopping? Stopping. Interesting. It'll stop on the landing gear, but whenever we put on this, the static gear, it wants to slide. We'll have to reposition just slightly. Oh, please stop bouncing. I hate bouncing. Oh, God, please don't bounce that hard. Ah! Oh, that. Ah. That little lip was enough to get between the legs and kill it. That's the problem with having a wide landing base. If the terrain is sufficiently rough and there's one little jagged piece that sticks up far enough, it'll still stick into the belly and kill it. But I know I can put it there. I was a little bit too aggressive in my positioning. I could probably add 2 big orange tanks right alongside here, empty them out, and we could take this out on the water too. Although I probably want to put another set with side couplers or side structural junctions facing out from center as a stabilizer. Basically turn this thing into a giant plus sign of buoyancy tanks. As I said, pretty stable. Almost get up to ×4 without having to worry about it bouncing. But I'm not going to push ×4. Not at 43. Alright, cutting back on the throttle. We're getting way into the mountains now. Now the reason I'm trying to put it on this high perch is because I'm hoping it can cover both approaches, west and east. I plan on putting 2 out, one up here on this mountain and the other one out to sea. I'm going to slow down. I want to come up and around this corner so that we don't have to go over a ledge or an edge. Although we do need enough force to actually get over it. We are over it. Right here. Really? Still sliding. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to retract the gear, but we're not going to put down the others because obviously something's going on with those. Should still have clearance to hit the landing strip. Now it shouldn't slide. Really? Still sliding. Heavy is one thing. This is ridiculous. That may have stopped it. That's interesting. I've never seen these both out together, and I didn't realize they're actually at almost exactly the same height. No, it's still sliding. Just very barely sliding. Which which means it's going to slide back against the mountainside, and it may put it eventually out of view of the landing strip. That's, I understand heavy, but wow, that's this heavy. Alright. I think it's okay where it's at for now. Mass is 87,900 kilograms. I think it, sliding maybe. Yeah. Alright, so let's get this stuff deployed and just hope it doesn't cause it to slide even more. I'm wondering if I gave enough clearance between the panel here and the diode. Either one of them, but not both. Okay. Well, which one do we want to test first? And how do I tell how much power they're getting? Where's power to the wall? Alright, we'll disable this one. Beam efficiency 90%, power capacity 1,600 megawatts, or 16 gigawatts roughly. I'm not seeing that it's getting power. Energy flow is 0. Input power is 0 megajoules. Even if I put it in beam power mode. Any ideas what's causing that? Power management. Anything going on here that I'm not seeing? The max theoretical is 960, right? Kilowatts? Just kilowatts, though? Is it because I haven't got the upgrades for it yet, or? Showing beam power. Disable the receiver. Nothing. Still dead. Oh, activate transmitter. I thought I clicked activate transmitter. Maybe it didn't trigger or toggle right. Says transmitter active. Wall to beam power is 307 kilowatts. Is that about right? Could its wall to beam power be rated 307 kilowatts? Does that get a multiplier of any kind? So that seems kind of low. Times 500. Oh my. Yeah, that should be a lot of power. Alright, let's go to the runway then. Because I got something I've been trying to get working. I want to see if it will now. I got a funny feeling it was just the broadcast antenna. It might have been too small. We'll go from one monstrosity to another. How much power is that thing throwing out right now then if it's at 300 kilowatts times 500? Would this work? way too big. You're talking about the engine itself or the whole craft? Well, I'm like thoroughly impressed by the output on the Tory when it's resized to a larger scale. It's amazing, but you can't get the same performance out of these thermals at all. I know the Tory has its own reactor though. I just want to see how much of a difference this makes. Input power is 0.280 megajoules. Spacing factor 92. Only generating 0.6 kilonewtons of thrust. Although the airflow increase is helping a lot. How fast does the thermal ramjet has to go to start drawing in enough air to max out its power? The most thrust I'm getting out of this is max calculated thrust of 40. Is that expected for this scale? Mach 2.5, that could be a problem for this craft. It's not exactly small. At Mach 1 right now. Right now it's running off atmospheric. If I go over to liquid fuel, it won't even burn. I have a few of the tech upgrades, but not many. And there goes our main engine. And it just overheated itself and exploded somehow. That's probably because there's not enough airflow through it, I'm guessing. I've got a pre-cooler behind each of the air intakes too, but I assume it needs one. The air intakes are up here. Or at least I thought I had a pre-cooler connected to them. Do they need a pre-cooler? That'd be part of the problem. Oh, there's a scaling problem. That would do it. Try the other jet. Because it was working okay. I just couldn't get the ramjet to pick up, but this one does fine. Now this jet's at its natural scale. These aren't tweak scale. And now watch this jet. Now it's burning atmospheric also. And that's weird because it was burning well the other day. And now it has quit. Ah, there we go. These things have some pretty high spin-up requirements. Whoa, it drops off whenever I cut out the other engines. Now remember, this engine is not tweak scale. I think it's just the reactors. I think the salt reactors are too weak right now. Is that possible? Is it where I don't have the unlocked reactor techs? Is it they're just not cranking out enough juice? Dead corners. What do you mean dead corners? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I gotta show you something neat about this craft. We'll go ahead and finish this flight. Emergency recovery system. I have some kitty cats that are begging for attention. They're telling me I should be in bed. Had a facing value of 92 whenever I would pitch up. So while it was on ascent, it was okay. But there were a few holes, but there weren't many. I mean, it was clearly getting power because it was trying to go, but it wasn't going very fast. I assume the facing rating is how it determines how much of the actual power it receives, right? Also, something interesting about this craft. You see these? They can receive beam power. I don't know if the radiator wings are part of your pack or not, but you can trigger these from radiator to receiving beam power, which will give you a much larger reception area. See, with that turned on, it's not generating much of anything. That's the jet. Really? Did not know that. I'll have to link those together. How do they have to be directly connected, or can you connect them with like struts, or how does that work? Or can you use fuel pipes? Or does it have to be direct physical contact? I think they are in part distance of 2. I think that this connects to that, and I think this is connecting to the 1, 2 wing. I'm not sure if that's close enough or not. I could probably connect them to that, and then it would be 1 part distance. Connect them to the thermoelectric. Nice gentle landing. How do you set slave mode? I haven't seen anything like slave or anything like that. I've seen beam power and radiator, but that's about it. Is there a way to set them slave? Oh, internal thing, okay. I think now where it's underwater probably isn't getting anything. All right, let's go to the rocket pad, and I'll put out the test generator. Is there a way to do that? I have not seen that button anywhere. There's a shutdown, activate radiator, auto strut disable enable, rigid attachment on off, go collider on off, function radiator, or beam power. There's no slave, just those two options. And I did have it set on beam power. Below scale. Yeah, it's on beam power right now. You can toggle it in flight between radiator and beam power. I had toggled it to beam power earlier, but didn't appear to be picking up anything. Okay, then it needs to be connected closer. See here. I wonder if there's any possibility I can connect it directly to this under here. And then slide it forward again. Well, that's the only way to connect it directly. There we go. That's as far up as we can get, but that fortunately is nearly aerodynamically stable where we want it. And I can probably offset that with a slightly larger set of forward fins. There we go. Yeah, not going to fix that, but this will be ready for later. That's supposed to be an extremely long-range recovery craft. At this point, you're probably correct, unless I get a new fission reactor, which I probably will be soon. And I'm also going to be getting the molten salt upgrades also. Alright, so recover the ComSat debris here that I did not pick up yet. And then clear the lock failure that it causes whenever you recover those for whatever reason. Not very high yet. I'm still kind of mid-campaign. I haven't really, as I said, I haven't even gotten into the really good stuff yet. This is the best stuff I've got right now. It's the cryoplasma engines, which I don't even think are your guys's. It's from Interstellar. I think that's from D9. Yeah, I know. They're one of the ones I got set as priority, along with nuclear tech. Okay, so let me find the. Yeah, here it is. Engine test. This is what I was using to test earlier. And the laser, I'm assuming the ablative laser nozzle cannot use anything but infrared. So that's a normal scale thermal ramjet. We'll match body size on the collector here. And I know the thermoelectric doesn't really matter, but we'll match size on it as well. Match size on the intake. Launch nozzle. Oh, this. Like that. Yeah, this is just a test. I don't think I'm even going to have it leave the stand. I'm just going to test, see what level of thrust it's generating. The static test fire. So long, man. 23 viewers. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard. We're doing static test firing of thermal engines. There is no atmospheric mode for this one. We just got a host about to lung 23 people. Welcome aboard, everyone. We got a small problem here. It looks like it's not producing anything. Receiver says it has 99.392 facing. Power receive. Effective thermal power is 0.281 megajoules. It's kind of weird, Freethinker. My initial version of my cart, which had the smaller broadcaster and was doing both IR as well as microwave, would almost do a full megawatt on this. But this one is barely getting over 0.284. It's kind of odd. Survival rate of Kerbal may be higher, but the survival rate of engines, well, apparently it's still higher, because even dropping this didn't break it. Alright, I think we can conclude this thing is going much of nowhere. conclusions, more beam power, better reactors. Alright, we'll just have to get that tech then, because right now I think using the beam power is a little futile except for electrical. However, the Tory, on the other hand, is a monster. I love the Tory. In fact, we're going to go try to turn the Phoenix, which is one of my favorite aircraft, into a full-blown space plane using the new plasma engines that I recently unlocked. Because it has enough ISP efficiency that all that LOX on board might actually push it into space. Yeah, I saw the diagram that you had of the giant laser farm, and I was thinking I was probably going to need to set something up like that, or wait until the tech got a little bit more advanced and the reactors were cranking out gigawatts instead of megawatts. Which I think probably doesn't happen until fusion, is that correct? That can't be right. Surely that's not Phoenix 3. That's Phoenix 3. Let's go back to Phoenix 2.1 then. There we go. There's the monster. Alright, we are going to switch engines on this baby. Because the monopropellant is totally useless compared to this baby. Come on, connect. There we go. Make twinsies of them. Yeah, it's probably what I'll do, Freethinker. Move all tanks, replace with LOX. What mode are we in right now? What are we burning? There we are, atmosphere. They do, don't they? The other thing annoying about these engines is they tend not to act in groups. Alright, we're going to need a megajoule power core. We'll just fit that in right. Well, actually, the megajoule power core is pretty delicate. Probably put it in a container up here. We should be able to give some headroom for the Kerbals getting on and off with it slipped between them. Alright, let's see if this bad boy can hit space now. That shouldn't be too difficult with all the radiators we've got. I mean, there are radiator designs. Like I've got your radiator designs, I've got Nerdia's radiator designs. I've got so many radiators that the one thing I don't have a problem with is getting rid of heat. In fact, I can get a craft to Mach 5 in atmosphere using the graphene radiators as heat shields. By the way, any possibility I can get you to make a like shapeable nose cone cap made out of graphene? And just let it spin up here. By the way, almost every single one of these is a flat control fin that's just been resized. This vessel does amazing things. This vessel has landed on every single anomaly on Kerbin, including one that is only like a fraction. Okay, so you know the giant tower that's on top of like a giant peak that's like 6,000 meters high? Like a toothpick? This thing has landed on it. And the reason it was able to do that is because it has a chute-based landing system. Yes, and free propellant is extremely useful. Atmosphere for days. Is there any way we could get this shorter, by the way? This is kind of silly. I can't even get the thrust portion to even show up on my screen at it. Like maybe you can do 2 columns somehow? See, we got our thrust over here, fortunately. We were up to 2,000. Now you notice I got this nose cone on here. That's the graphene radiator nose cone I was telling you about. I had to make it from 4 different radiator pieces. It's designed to protect that the front part of this from direct impact with the atmosphere. Works pretty well. And while it's doing that, it also radiates heat away. What you have to do to get the Mach 5 in atmosphere. least I can't think of any other way of getting to Mach 5 in atmosphere without blowing things up. Yeah, if you gave me the pieces that make up the SR-71 Blackbird, I would totally coat all my craft in that. Well, maybe as a spray-on coat it might be. Or does it ablate away too easy? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Ablate away too easy. I haven't even touched the locks on board yet. I wasn't even aware they used graphene for wings. But this surprised me. Or are these radiator shell fins made of something different than graphene? Because I thought they were graphene too. Same for the radiator wings. Mach 5.5 and climbing. Thrust continues to rise as the ramjet continues to suck in more air. Oh, it gets faster. This thing can hit 2.3 something, 2.5 something kilometers a second, or no, meters per second. Yeah, 2.5 kilometers a second, I think it can hit in the atmosphere without burning up. It will hit orbit. Starting to get a little warm. A little. Now, unfortunately, I cannot time accelerate this because if I do, bad things will happen. This has to be a very carefully controlled ascent. Oh, I totally agree. Heating is definitely the problem. Here we are, Mach 6 at 12,000 meters. Oh, 13,000 meters. Proper rounding. I think I may have gotten a little too low because we're starting to bleed speed. That'll fix itself though. Can you imagine, Freethinker, if it actually factored in the corrosion of the engine under stress? This plane would probably be gone by now. The engines would have already broken down. I have no doubt. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? Let's see. Alright, we're starting to get high again. We can go ahead and level out. Don't, oh, come on, SAS, stop. Don't you dare do that, SAS. Bad SAS. SAS is going to kill me. Even it out. Even it out. Okay, that was a lot of speed lost. Freaking SAS. Alright, we recovered. Thank you, TY Pro Genie, or Gingy, and Doggy X Ninja for the follows. Greatly appreciate that, dudes. Hope you're enjoying what you're watching. Take care, Freethinker. Yeah, imagine this thing dropping bombs. It would be wild. Alright, trying to bring up the horizon guide here. I guess gotta wait till we get speed back up to around 1700. What I want to do is I want to go ahead and kick in the kick in the additional engines that we have and see if we can't push this the rest of the way out of orbit, into orbit. Now when you get up to around this speed with this particular craft, pretty much have to keep your nose at the horizon, because if you're tilting up, you're losing speed like crazy. Now what will happen is eventually it's going to reach a speed where it'll start skating on the atmosphere, and this prograde is going to pull up towards the horizon. And that'll be when, and as you're falling, your thrust is increasing because it's running on, well, atmosphere as the only propellant. So the greater the intake air increases, the more powerful the thrust is going to become for this ramjet. I've probably already circled Kerbin once by now. I think I may already be, or I may be about to. Is that the desert below me? Part of the reason this craft doesn't want to kick the rest of the way into the atmosphere is this is the first craft that I've used this extended fuel tank on. First variant of it that I've used the large fuel tank. So it's got a lot more mass than the prior versions of this jet. But what that extra mass means is that as soon as we're able to hit even remotely close to the upper atmosphere, it'll be able to go for extremely long distance. Delta V, the stored Delta V is almost 3,000 meters per second. On a craft of this size. Think about that. This thing's huge. Total mass is 113,312 kilograms. It's a flying tank. And as you notice, as I said before, the prograde is going to come up gradually as your speed increases and as the atmospheric density increases. That's when magic starts to happen. And you want to keep your nose, as you can tell I'm doing right here, as close to that prograde indicator as you can without dipping below the horizon. Now what that does is it forces the momentum to all go forward from the ramjet. It's putting out 846 kilonewtons of thrust right now. And we are building heat. As we get to higher and higher Mach speeds. This thing takes a lot of patience to orbit, because it doesn't build speed quickly. It takes a lot of time. At the same time, though, the reward is that you spend nothing in fuel. Well, close to nothing. I'm actually not sure if this particular model will make orbit with that huge tank on board. We're just trying for it to see if it can be done. Nope, not going to be able to do it without the assistance of the extra engines. Ah, it's having to shut down, not to toggle move. That should help it get moving. How's that for a column of fire? I'm about to burn off something, it looks like. I can't even see back here. Come on, you can do it, Phoenix. I think we may be at the saturation level for the ramjet at this altitude. It's picking up speed now. There's like a threshold that it has to be over before it really starts kicking in and gaining momentum. If you're not above that threshold, it just kind of stalls out. All right, we'll see if we can push it the rest of the way. Something is about to explode on the nose. Not sure what it is. There we go. Now we're really starting to kick in terms of the speed. 19,000, 1.9 kilometers per second, 6.4 Gs per 6.5 Mach. We're almost Mach 7 in atmosphere. There we go! It blew up. Oh goodness. What did we lose? Is it dead? No, I still got control somehow. There's something else. That was just a nose cone going. Now this is awkward. Oh, I have no communications to CurbNet. Wherever the probe core is, it is completely blind. Okay, so go back to the spaceplane hangar and make some tweaks. First thing I'm going to do is go back here, and we're going to fix that action group. It wasn't supposed to be toggle engine, it's supposed to be toggle mode. Which mode? There we go. Right, other thing we want to do is these need to be slightly bigger. See what my air indicator says on these babies. So if hybrid plasma, stage 1 is only 134 tons of thrust. When in hybrid plasma mode, in closed cycle, it can hit 600. That's acceptable. Alright, so we just had this thing collapse. Needs better shielding. I definitely feeling like to do what I did on the no. Boy, I'm just suddenly getting congested this morning. Hope I'm not catching anything. Okay, so we'll move this out one, down one. Nope, won't work. This is the business end of this that allows it to get to such a speed. These components each can tolerate up to 3,700 Kelvin worth of heat. That's a lot. And that seals it. It doesn't look like anything's cutting through on it. And maybe slightly. Not to rotate it. Great. If I rotate it up, capture even more. Rotate it down, leaves our nose, cover a hole in the nose. So we can't get this any bigger and still provide full protection for the front nose piece. We're kind of stuck with that. You call this thing a duck-billed platypus and be not too far off. Alright, come on, let me select it. Wow, I could put it into the craft somehow. Who is that? Let's see. Adrian Golem, thank you for the follow, sir. Or ma'am. Okay, move this back. This is probably the hardest part of building this craft, getting these shields to overlap in a way that keeps the nose completely obstructed without it passing through the craft. Okay, we're going to have to rotate that again. Because to provide proper shielding, you can't have the surface exposed. There we go. That is all but sealed. I guess we'll have to do layers. Oh, that's way too big. Stone Wind, thank you for the follow. Now, just in case you guys are curious about the features of this craft, it's got a full science suite. The Kerbals can get on and board via this ladder and these ladder runs. They climb up through the top, close the hatch, walk down to the top of the, well, game's freezing up on me here. They walk down to the top of the cockpit, and that's the crew hatch. That's how they get in. So here's the science suite, along with the data container and navigation. There's a Science Junior and some of the experiments. And you got a full-on science lab here that can process the data. And this is the 2.1 version. There's a 2.2 which actually can go to orbit really easy. It just doesn't have much fuel on board. We'll go ahead and save this one. And we are going to load the original. This one can hit orbit with no problem. Even with the lack of an actual full heat shield, but I really don't like having it like that. Good enough for now. Now this is without the special cryogenic engines. This is just with monopropellant. I just want to demo the craft and hopefully get it into orbit without even using anything but its ramjet, which consumes no fuel, just atmosphere. Well, if you count uranium as a fuel with a usage rate that would have it exhaust in about 100 years. Now you'll notice this craft is much shorter than the other version. Mass is also much lower, almost half actually. One of the reasons it can get up to the crazy speeds that it does. Matter of fact, I should probably remove that fuel tank from the middle section of the other and just go on what it has. Especially since we replaced the engines with ones that have a much higher ISP than the monopropellant. See, this thing doesn't even need to get to the end of the runway, it's already up. Thrust is already coming close to 2,000. And the engine it's using is the Tory nuclear ramjet from Interstellar Extended by Freethinker, the gentleman that was in here earlier, who you see the chat for. He actually helped to create the mod. He's actually the main project overseer for it. We need to get up to a much higher altitude quickly, because if we don't, we're going to burn up. Let's see if we can hit orbit just going straight up. Or at least orbital altitude. Yeah, we probably could have done it, but I want to actually get this thing into a proper orbit. ×4 stable. So we will go ahead and let this thing accelerate on its own. Periodically we got to make adjustments to keep its nose at the horizon. For those who like this craft, it is available on Kerbal X. I use the same name on Kerbal X as I do here, so just search for me, or search for Phoenix 2. It'll give you the list of mods required to operate it. It's quite extensive. It has parts from, I think, 3 different parts pack involved. Starting to warm up a little bit. Not bad considering we're already at Mach 6. What's going to happen is sheer momentum as you come closer and closer to orbital velocity is going to pull your prograde above the horizon, whether or not you're aimed towards it. You know, aimed above the horizon. And now we're beginning to gain altitude whether or not our craft is even aimed towards the sky. It's just got that much acceleration going. We'll see the periapsis will soon escape. And I really do need to switch out those monopropellant engines for those highly efficient engines, because with the LOX payload on board that it could carry in replacement of the monopropellant, it could go for a very long distance. are very rapidly approaching orbital velocity. We are just, I think, 300 meters per second below it and rapidly climbing. Periapsis will soon start coming out of the ground and start coming up on the other side of the planet. We're really hot, but we haven't burned up yet. And given we are gaining altitude, the atmospheric friction is gradually easing. The periapsis is now above ground. Our apoapsis is now rising very rapidly. Now, if either our apoapsis or our periapsis hits 70,000, we are orbital, because we have enough monopropellant and monopropellant orbital engines on board to thrust us into a solid orbit. Apoapsis is now 45,000 and climbing. Periapsis is 20,000, which is where we are right now. Our periapsis is now on us and will not move away from us because we are now at the lowest point we will see in this orbit. We are now escaping the atmosphere. I'm going to go ahead and set it to a apoapsis of around 100,000 meters just to make sure that atmospheric friction will not slow us to the point that we will re-enter. We are now doing Mach 7.6 inside of atmosphere. And I am cutting engines. We have enough momentum to carry us. Well, maybe not. Let's keep it at a sustaining speed, I guess. But I can cut back throttle. We don't need to go much faster than what we already are. Alright, we're going to start gradually easing back on the throttle. Block to prograde. And now it's just a matter of waiting. Those of you curious about what our orbit looks like currently, there it is. Oh, and there's the number of Mun, by the way. we have planets shine on, so we actually have eclipses, which is kind of cool. Okay, just a matter of time now. Continuing our ascent. We're rising at 135 meters per second. After I establish orbit, we will be cutting the stream for the evening. I'll land this thing again tomorrow, just so that you guys can see it re-enter. It's obviously can take the heat, but I'll show you that it can also withstand the re-entry forces. But that'll have to be tomorrow night because I've got to go to work in about 5 hours. I'm already getting myself deep into my, just for your entertainment. So let's see here. We're getting close to leaving it. We're getting to the point the engine cuts off. It hasn't already. Yeah, it's almost completely dead. We barely got any thrust left on it. The the way the nuclear ramjet is made at these speeds, the very large shock cone aperture allows it to continue to consume atmosphere. But that will be cutting off completely. We're down to 0.05, 0.04. Yeah, air this update is less than 0.036 fractional. I don't think it even's generating thrust anymore. Just a very tiny amount. It's like the power of an ion engine. We'll keep monitoring it, see when the thrust completely cuts out. Got it in two places. I don't have to actually have that open. So we are down to 2 kilonewtons. As I said, you have to be very patient with this ascent to get this thing into orbit. One kilonewton. If I got anything else on here that can burn. I don't think so, though. Nope, just atmospheric. That's it. Excuse me. I am getting very congested. Looks like we're going to have total cutoff of all thrust exactly at the edge of the atmosphere. Nothing at 68,000. Alright, so, ooh, look at all that black body heat. Now the reactor is still running, that's why you still see the column. But there is zero thrust coming out. It's not actually producing anything. So we could technically just shut down the engine. And now we wait till 100,000 at apoapsis. And we will normalize with our orbital maneuvering engines, which are these babies right here. Alright, we are at horizon. Engaging maneuvering engines, circularizing. And there we go, that's as close as we're going to get it. And that's the Phoenix 2, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, Phoenix 2.1 final, to be exact. It is on the Kerbal X Exchange. I just made a couple modifications to it. I might have to upload an update to it. Had just a nose cone piece to reduce the heat buildup, but really, if you take it up to 19,000 kilometers, you're probably not going to have too much problem with it. And that is my best space plane so far. It still has over 1,456 monopropellant left to maneuver with. And tomorrow we will have it re-enter to show you how it lands. So thank you for watching, and thank you for the follows for those of you who have decided to follow the stream, and I look forward to seeing you again. Have a great night.